Hello. It's Joe.
Susan! Thank you so much for the raid. Were you doing meditation hour this morning? I've popped in for a few of those. They're quite relaxing. I really enjoy them. Welcome, everybody. And take your seat. I am Miss Joe today, and I'm going to be giving my very first Teacher Joe lesson. Many of you guys know, but I also am a music teacher. It's slowly gotten to the point where this has become my full-time job, which has been a dream come true and everything I could ever have hoped for, so thank you so much. But in my heart, I will always be Teacher Joe. I will always be Miss Joe. And I've had people ask if I would be willing to do a lesson on here. And you guys have been so supportive. And I figured let's just do the thing. Let's rip off the Band-Aid. So, in my Discord, I've written out our homework, okay? So, if you want to follow along with the assignment, please go in Discord and print it out. I believe we also have a Discord link in chat so that you guys can do it. We're gonna talk about this once we get there. But essentially, when I studied at Berkeley, my major for the first 2 years was music education. And I was like, I'm gonna be a teacher, and I'm gonna be the best teacher in the whole world. But there was some issues I ran into with the restrictions that teachers have to fall into in order to work within public schools. There's very, very strict guidelines on topics that absolutely have to be covered each and every lesson, with like very little wiggle room for creativity or, just straying from the lesson and answering a question presented in class. And that never sat with me well. I loved answering questions from my students and potentially straying away from, what was in the books of what had to be covered by the state standards for that month. Thank you, Rush for You, for resub. Thank you. As well as Jared and the Moo Cow for a follow. Thank you very much. So, what I did today was I took standard beginner lessons that most people present for musicians of various ages, and I chopped up my favorite parts of all of them and smushed them together. We will not be doing this. Every single beginner's lesson, they try to shove this picture down your throat, and it bothers me. It's too much information. It's just way too much going on here. Why are we doing this to ourselves? So, what I'm going to do by the time we start our lesson is erase all of the extra bits and then focus on what remains and apply it to basic ear training to help you be able to figure out what key songs are in, and therefore potentially be able to write out your own sheet music as well as improvise. Yes, those are the two things people ask me about the most. Joe, how can I improvise? And can I have your sheet music? Or probably the two of them. And I'm like, not only is it illegal for me to give you the sheet music because of copyright reasons, but also if you can learn how to make your own music, you will be able to play whatever you want. And I want to give you that gift. So, that is that. Lesson will start at 1 p.m., so that should give you plenty of time to print your materials. Once again, the link's in Discord. Is there anything else? I think that's it. I'm not gonna lie, you guys, writing this all out on the board, I had this bizarre sensation of envisioning the life I almost had. I was like, oh my god, this is what it would have been like if I actually finished that degree. I'd be doing this on a whiteboard every single day. And I kind of panicked for a second. I was like, oh my god, but I really like what I do now. I want to keep doing what I do now. But thanks to you guys, I can do both. So thank you. All right, to give everyone time to get their materials ready and sit in their seats and get settled, I'm gonna do my standard warm-ups that I usually do. So let's do some improv, and I will play some pieces, maybe a loop or two, and then we'll get going. Oh, Cephalon Kiwi, don't worry. Class starts at 1 p.m. You are totally fine. How are you doing today? Also, Xaven, I love that you said Quistis cosplay. That's awesome. Final Fantasy VIII, love it. Central for ASMR. All right. Oh my gosh, Lass, this feels like a beautiful full circle moment. I've been talking about doing Teacher Joe for so long, and now we're doing it! And oh my gosh, you've been sub for 12 months. That is so surreal. Thank you so much, Lass. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Please let me know if I can play you a priority request. I'll probably turn off priority requests once we get closer to lesson start time so that we don't have any, time constraints. Thank you, Lass. Come on now. What are you thanking me for? I'm just some silly music girl on the internet. I'm trying so hard not to look this way because I know that's when I get these wild looking, pupils. You like that? So I'm trying my best to look over here. Could I play to Xanarkin? I'd love to. I was planning on doing some Final Fantasy to get started today, so that is actually perfect. I was doing my homework. I was doing my practice as I usually do. I usually try to warm up. I try to practice 2 hours in the morning before I start streaming. I got about an hour in today. But I do feel pretty warmed up, ready to go. Let's see. I'm so excited, you guys. I'm a little nervous, not gonna lie. Like, I think I know a whole lot about music, but I I don't want to do anything wrong. I feel like I got it though. I surprised myself. I had it all in my head, like the lesson that I was gonna do, and I practiced it a couple times. But then last night, I was like, I should really print it out to make sure that there's no room for error. And I ended up staying up until like 1 a.m. And it was so crazy as I haven't written a lesson plan in so long. And I was just like really making sure I wrote something like in depth and prepared and organized. I was like, oh my God, this is exactly what I did in college. It was so surreal. Okay. We are going to do To Xanarkand for the lovely laughs. I feel like I have this memorized by now, but I have the music in front of me just in case. I surprisingly don't have a teacher mug, even though I've been a teacher for like 10 plus years. But I have the boss, so it was the closest I could get. Okay. These glasses pinch my nose and make me feel like I have a booger. It's kind of driving me crazy. Let's do that. I want to fix some mistakes, so I'm going to do an a cappella run so I can try and apply the lessons and practice etiquette I have lately and see if I can fix some things. Okay. practicing that shift. I want to do it like this. That's better, right? A little flat. I feel like since I'm in the teacher outfit, I want to explain things. What I'm trying to do right now is figure out with my shifts what finger I need to lead with to get there, and then use that as a guide to get to the note I'm trying to reach. I don't want to feel like I'm just reaching blind, and I feel like I'm doing that right now. So I should be more studious and figure out what these shifts are. So for that first one, I'm shifting up, starting on my third finger. So that means when I go up here, I want to land on what the third finger would be in this position up here, and from that point, find out what the fourth would be. So that's really the note I'm trying to aim for. And then I quickly change. And what that does is it increases your control and awareness of where you are on the violin neck. I was a little flat again. So I'm going to use that same strategy to find out how to get my fourth finger in tune up here. I'm shifting leading with the first finger, so that's where the first finger should be here. And if I have that locked, it will be more likely I'll get the fourth finger in tune. So that would be shoot, sorry everybody. That's the note I need to hear in my head. I hear it now. So, now, let's try and put it together. Still a little off, but I'm close. I think it's better. I know that was a little ear bloody. Let's see if I play it all together and if it sounds better now. All right. Didn't have a good bow. Stop touching the D string, grab it. This one's better. This one's still a little iffy. But that's how I personally have been practicing my shifts. I feel like there's two different styles of shifting, really. One where you kind of fall on the note, and the other where you use a finger to carry the other one up there. I used to do the other kind of shift, but this one I find to be a little more reliable and a little more of like a romantic sound to it, less heavy sounding. Red is me, you are perfect. Let's see. I hope you guys don't mind that I took my time with that. Next up, we have Eyes on Me for Nightbird. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Hello to Argentina. Very cool. Oh, I already want to take my hair down. My hair is so heavy that when I put it on my head, it like really pulls. Gives me a headache. I gotta keep my hair up until we do Teacher Joe, and then I'll take it down. Eyes on me. I don't usually check my phone on stream, but I saw that a family member messaged me, so I just want to make sure everything's okay. Because I love my family. Oh, he said, I heard it's over 100 degrees in Nashville today. I haven't been outside. We're not doing that. I've been trying to run every day. I don't think that's going to happen today. Actually, I take that back. I think what I'll do is I'll run when the sun's setting. I've been kind of avoiding it because I feel like I've always been taught, like, don't run at night. But I'll just stay on, like, the busy streets. I think I'll be fine. Thank you for AJ for the follow. I really appreciate it. Let's see here. We got Joe's pick now. I kind of want to do Spirited Away's One Summer's Day, rather. Yesterday for Nightbird, I unintentionally ended up running in the rain, which was actually really nice. I live in Nashville, and it's getting really, really, really hot here in the summertime, as you can imagine. So I have been having to kind of plan out the runs, whether I'm going to go really early or not. For pencils, I thought about doing that, but when I did a test bun, this one actually looked really good. Sometimes when I do a bun, it's like all over the place, but this looked very teacher bunny, bun-esque. And I was like, ugh, I shouldn't touch it because I don't think I'll be able to do that again. And then I can have like a dramatic, like, yay, now I'm done teaching vibe. Oh, and today's Friday, so I can be like, school's out, baby. I quit this job. Teacher bunny. Oh, goodness. All right, let's do One Summer's Day, an absolutely gorgeous piece from the gorgeous film Spirited Away, and I hope you guys enjoy. Aggressive claps. Oh, Sniper, it's okay. Just take your seat.
Smuglavish.
I love you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And Fonzie, thank you for a resub at tier 2 at that. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. I feel like having my arms out, like wearing a sleeveless shirt, is making me just want to be so dramatic with my bow today. Having the guns out. Oh, look at her. Teacher Joe. Teacher Joe. I lift a little bit. Only a little bit. Exactly a little bit. All right. Shall we make this a little more exciting? Let's try and do Valsti Fantastica from Final Fantasy 15. This one is fast and high. So I'll do my best. Yeah, JFP. I can smell it from here. I usually keep the weights by my work area. They're actually downstairs today. I wanted to follow along on the TV for a Mad Fit workout. But I usually keep them by the desk because I get fidgety when I have to do desk work. It's really hard for me to sit at the desk. It's always been very hard for me. So I needed to take something, like I have like little fidgety kind of things around me, but the weights, when I get really just anxious sitting at the desk, I'll get up and I do like kind of the punching ones, and it tires me out a bit. Oh, this one starts right away, so I need to wait. I'm not ready. Okay. A little bit of coffee. Use this one's fast. Let's make notes happen for ears to listen to. This one makes me feel very, very proud when I play it because I remember very clearly a stream where I was asked to play this song and I couldn't do it. It was too hard for me. And I was so discouraged and embarrassed and sad. So it feels so good now to like fearlessly jump into it. I know it's not perfect, but I'm able to get through it now with confidence. And that is just really nice. That's one of my favorite things about being a Twitch streamer is I actively have a reference point now. Not only for myself, but even hearing from you guys when you're like, oh, that was better that time. It's like, oh, really? It was? For Battle Knight, that makes me very happy. Thank you for saying that. Um, it's funny because for a while, and admittedly still every now and then, I worried that doing the video game music was making me less popular as a channel. I hate saying that because it makes it sound like that's all that matters. I mean, clearly not, because I still did it anyway, because I wanted to do what I wanted on Twitch. I didn't, I was nervous if I tried to like put myself in a corner of playing what I thought people wanted to hear, that I wouldn't play it sincerely. And that's not fun to watch. Like, I found myself with my old song list at times, like resenting certain songs when they were chosen. And I felt so guilty. I was like, why am I resenting the song? And I resented someone for asking for the song when it's not their fault at all, because I presented it in the first place. Like, I'm the problem here. So I decided to go through my entire song list, and I've only left the ones that I feel good about and that I sincerely get excited to play. And, you know, I know it disappoints people when they don't see like Megalovania, my song list, but it wasn't making me happy. I didn't want to play it. I know it makes people sad when they don't see, you know, the Titanic theme. It's pretty, but I don't want to do it. Um, so, and I guess that's the end of my thought. I feel like sometimes I try to over explain myself. This all, you know, just came from the fact that Battle Knight, you said that, and I really appreciate it. Because I do still worry that I like haven't. Oh, don't worry, Butley. I'll never take Downstream out. Downstream was one of the first video game songs I learned, and it was years before I even started a Twitch channel. I fell in love with that song a long time ago. I'm gonna try and be a little gutsy. I'm gonna do something different. We have 45 minutes, just so everyone's aware, until the lesson begins. So this would be a good time, if you haven't done so already, to print out our lesson materials. I made a PDF for everybody that you can find in the Discord and print out at home. It's going to be easier for you to follow along with the assignments and, you know, be able to test out the knowledge, see if it's stuck. So this is your time to do so. Also, maybe prepare coffee if you need it, go to the restroom, etc., etc. I feel like when I actively taught, like in a classroom, I only did individual lessons, to be clear. Like in college, I would teach group lessons to get experience, but in the actual professional field of teaching, I've only had experience teaching one-on-one. But my goodness, students think they're so sly when they ask to go to the bathroom. They're like, I'm going to get out of a couple minutes of this class. And she has no idea. I'm like, okay, come on. The lesson's an hour. I think you can go to the bathroom beforehand. So don't try and pull that with me. You got it? I know your games. It ain't my first rodeo. So I was saying I wanted to be gutsy. I forgot a long time ago on stream, you guys might remember, we figured out together the chords to this live if I ever wanted to like play it. And I still have the chords written above, so I kind of want to try and make a little loop out of this melodies. It's quite pretty. I was I felt like my strategy of teaching was like I wanted to be students' friends. But the second they took advantage of that, I was like, okay, gloves off. No more. Uh-oh. I'm going to be a meanie pants now. But honestly, I didn't really have to do that very often. The kids were usually really well behaved. I only had a couple tricky moments. So this is my vibrating metronome. You guys have probably heard me talk about it before. But essentially, I use this vibrating metronome. You can hear it here. And I sync it up with Ableton so that I can record my loops and have them overlap perfectly. But I don't have to listen to that click click sound that drives a lot of people crazy. So with the app, that's free. When you get the metronome, I just sync it up with Bluetooth to the computer. And we're connected. So now I link it here. My time signature is correct in here. This is this piece in 6/8. I got that set. And then I just double tap to have it start. Oh. It went back to, oh, I see what happened. I did it in the wrong order, my bad. But if you are interested in trying out the vibrating metronome, I do have a discount code. It's an investment. I'm not going to lie. You can get like a free metronome from a TikTok one from an app store or even on the internet. What you're getting with this is a tool. When it comes to having another option, like this is what most people think of when they think of a metronome. Which is good. That's very important practice. But what this does... there we go. What this does is it just gives you a completely different option, which is feeling it rather than listening. I'm not feeling it vibrate. What's going on? Turn down the volume first and foremost. Having a little issue here. I'm going to try and turn my phone on and off. I apologize, you guys. I'm having an issue I haven't come by. But while I do that, I might as well just play another song. I want to do Eunice theme. I've done this one recently, but it's just so dang pretty. I'm just going to do Final Fantasy music until we have our lesson. So this particular rendition is an arrangement done by an absolutely incredible musician by the name of TPR. He has so many amazing arrangements, piano-based arrangements on Spotify and YouTube of Animal Crossing and Chrono Cross and a bunch of different stuff. Shout out to apologizing to tech problems that aren't your fault. Fair. I tend to over apologize. You guys might notice that. I've gotten a little better with it, believe it or not. It used to be much worse. I'm not Canadian. I grew up outside of Boston, Massachusetts. And now I live in Nashville, Tennessee. Let's see. Since the phone just started again, I'm trying to set it up and see if my issue is fixed. Okay, my issue's fixed, so I'm gonna go back to doing the loop I was gonna try. Is it not so satisfying when it works out that turning something on and off fixes it? Mamzelle, I honestly, I want to see. I want to visit Canada really bad. I know some good people up there. Oh no, Duck, you're fine. We're starting at 1 p.m., so you are doing wonderful. How are you doing today? Oh. Oh, I do still have a pocket, so I can do butt metronome. Let's do butt metronome. When I do soft finger picking things, I don't want the mic to pick that up. And my very advanced solution to this issue was putting it in my back pocket. And I just feel the vibrations on my derriere. And it works. So, very classy, I know. Thank you. Let's see. I kind of want to do like a moody version of this song. I'm trying to do basically a kind of improvised loop rendition of the last song I played, Valsti Fantastica. Oh, don't go for the low-hanging fruit, Amadit. It's too easy. You're better than that. Wow, these are all actually really fast. I kind of want to go very slow. Dun, 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 dun. I think that will be pretty. I'm gonna have to make sure I don't rush. It's really hard to not want to rush through that. All right, let's try it. Improvise loop. Just throwing something together.
Let's do it. I didn't do it right.
Let's try it again. Okay. Take two. I think it's close enough. Can I do the melody on here, maybe? Let's see. I'm gonna try playing like a melody on guitar. That's like a little bit of it. What? Where did that that note come from? I'm trying to figure out the scale. I apologize. That note is like connected to a note on the keyboard or something. Okay, it's not in the recording at least. I don't know why it's playing piano notes. That's pretty though. Night Owl, thank you for a resub. Oh, I know why it's happening. I don't know what's happening. It's so weird. I'll figure it out. Thank you, Dark Noise. And Noki, what's up? understand why there's piano sounds coming out of my APC 40. Let's try and close down Ableton. Oh my god, why is that happening? Is it from the piano? Oh, it's so scary now. Where is it coming from? I don't understand. Is it Sibelius? Oh, it was Sibelius. I figured it out. That was really terrifying. But back on focusing on what just happened, I'm so happy with that. That was really pretty. That was a piece that I had just played prior of Valse di Fantastica with the track. But the melody and the chord progression is something that's very, very suited towards my likings. I really love the sound of that, and I love the chord progression. So I wanted to try and make my own version, and I'm actually quite glad I did that. I've talked for months and months about how I want to go through my repertoire and, organize it so that it can be done in a variety of ways, just to keep things interesting for you guys as a viewer, and also to keep me on my toes and make sure that I'm continuously pushing myself to be creative and try new things. So I'm really happy with how that went. That was really fun. I did say I was going to do Eunice theme, as it says there. So let's do that. MK, welcome. Martin, thank you so much for a resub, by the way, for 23 months. That is so very long, and I really appreciate the continued support. So thank you so much. And please let me know if I can play something for you. That piece was called the Valse di Fantastica from Final Fantasy 15. Oh no, you are an angel. You are perfect in every way. This particular arrangement is done by TPR, one of my favorite video game arrangers. So please check him out if you are looking for some absolutely beautiful piano music to have on throughout your day. That's what I usually do.
Will.
Thank you so much for the raid, Will. And welcome, Raiders. What's up? I feel like a fair amount of you might be familiar with me by now. Oh my god, Guitar Shredder too! I've been lucky enough to get a fair amount of raids from Will, and I just think he's so lovely. He's so sweet, and he plays really heavy music combined with just the most like casual, sweet talking over it. It's so wonderful. It's so great. So please follow not only Will for amazing guitar work, but also Guitar Shredder. Thank you so much for a raid. Thank you. As you guys can see, I got my whiteboard out today because I'm going to be teaching you guys. I have worked as a teacher for the past like 8 years. 8 years. And I've really loved doing it. But with your guys' help, I've made the transition to make this my full-time career. And while that has been, what I prefer, and it just feels like a dream come true, I will always have a soft spot for teaching. I have 2 students that I still teach one-on-one. But y'all have been asking me if I would ever do a teacher segment on here. And everyone has been so supportive lately that I was like, I should just do it. So I know that a fair amount of you are musicians in chat right now. This is designed for an entry level. However, with that being said, I have a PDF sheet that you can find in the Discord and print out and follow along with the lesson and fill out your homework. For those who are already established musicians, I want to present the basic intro lesson, which is this, and present it in a complete different way. I will not be teaching this. I will eventually, but almost all of the intro lessons for music involve this. And it always drove me crazy because this is just too much information for the first lesson. I don't think it makes sense. Even this is too much. So when we start the lesson, I'm gonna erase this board and only leave what we'll be going over today. To do a brief synopsis on what the lesson is going to be, it's going to first be talking about essentially the 2 places that we are going to be using to read music or play music. And that's going to be the keyboard as well as the music staff. So we're gonna, for people who are already musicians, I want you to practice today on the sheet writing out your music and basic techniques for writing that some people might not be aware of. Just how to make your sheet music look nice, how to write really good corner notes and make them evenly spaced. Then what we're going to do is, after we go over some basic ear training, apply it to me playing through some stuff. And you are going to use what I've taught you today to figure out what the scale is and be able to play it even if you've never done so before. I've timed it, and I think I can get it done in about 25 minutes. I'm planning on starting the lesson. I've at least told everybody through social media that the official start time for lesson is 1 p.m., which is 14 minutes from now, which gives me the perfect amount of time to do our priority request for Martin for the resub. So I'm going to, mods, if it's okay, could we close priority requests for a moment? Yes, I think I'll only have time for this, a quick break, and then we will start. No, I didn't dress like this for teacher lessons. I'm just being a wee bit cheeky, one might say. I'm leaning into it, one might say. Cool. So, we're gonna do for Martin, Mama, I'm Coming Home. And this is definitely coming out once I finish the lesson because it's giving me a headache. Is it cute? Yes. I do like it, but I have so much damn hair that when I put it on the top of my head, it just pulls at my scalp and it hurts so bad. Thank you again, Guitar Shredder and Will, for the raids. I really appreciate you guys. Lesson 1, do that back. 3, and. Gorgeous. Olin, if I'm being honest, not really. I don't know what it is. I feel like a part of it must be like a security blanket, of course, to have a lot of hair. I just think it's fun having a lot of hair. It makes me feel like a wild woman. I like it. I'm probably gonna, realistically, I think I might be a little late for 1 p.m. start, is I would like to like take a quick break before we start the lesson. So it's probably not gonna start maybe until like 1:10 if I'm being, you know, realistic, I think, with planning how long this will take. So we have a request for Ozzy Osbourne's Mama, I'm Coming Home. I was just kind of realizing what I was doing, and I'm so happy. Thank you guys so much. This is so fun. Now is a good time, again. I have this PDF of the homework that you can fill out for the lesson as we go along in the Discord if you want to print it out. Now would be a good time to do so. Snow, thank you for the follow. Thank you. As well as John. Or no, sorry, Jan. Thank you. ATP4. Thank you very much. Blackwing. I don't know if any of y'all are still here, but thank you. Okay. Oopsie. All right, Mama, I'm coming home. So I need to arm these 3 tracks, and for my foot pedals, I guess I'll do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. If I remember correctly, the guitar is kind of loud, so we're gonna start low. I pre-recorded the guitar to help things move along. And let's go. Oh, that's not a dumb question for the spazin. It's not extremely common, but yeah, you can do different tunings on the violin. There's some folk pieces that actually do. Oh, man, I'm trying to remember. It's been so long. But yes, there are some. It's just not quite as common. hurts so bad and it's been so long. Mama, I'm coming home. Selfish love, we're both alone right before the fall. But I'm gonna take this heart of stone. I just gotta have it all. I've seen your face 100 times. Every day you've been about. I don't care about sunshine now. 'Cause mama, I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I've seen your face 100 times. Every day you've been about. And I don't care about the sunshine now. 'Cause mama, I'm coming home. 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 I'm coming Ooh. That was one of my favorite times I've done that. That was fun. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. I don't know. Maybe it's the teacher outfit that's just making me much more the teacher, right? Teacher outfit. I'm aware of what I'm doing. I feel like I'm just like really focused. I feel calm and focused and ready to go. Oh, Jackson, that is so exciting. I've been down the journey. I've been down the road, I think was what I meant to say. I have started learning Ableton back in January, and it took me a while to get used to, but now that I'm starting to get the hang of it, I am just so happy I made that nerve-wracking change. Rodrigo, thank you for the follow, by the way. Wait, I just had the raid thing come out. Did you guys see Frank come out? What? I feel like Frank just came out saying there was a raid, but I don't see it. Am I just going crazy? Might be going crazy. Anyway, everyone, students, everyone. Oh God. Where's my pointer? I can't be a teacher without a pointer. Students, everyone. Everyone, our lesson will begin in 5 minutes. That leaves just enough time for you to use the restroom if need be. Okay, I don't want anyone getting up mid-lesson. It's not long enough to warrant a restroom break. So now is the time to do so. We have our homework file that you can follow along with during the lesson, PDF in chat if you want to print it out to follow along at home. It's also available in the Discord. Hey, there he is again. So this is the time, okay, to make sure we have all our materials prepped. Now, I encourage anyone who has an instrument to also have an instrument nearby, so you can apply the things that we're going to talk about on your instrument. If you don't, I've also provided a link in chat to a virtual keyboard just at a free website where you can use your keyboard for your computer to actually get a feel to play a piano and apply these things there. So, naughty Miss Joe needs to have a break. I need to use the restroom real quick and fill up my coffee cup. And when I get back, we will get started. This lesson is designed as an entry level. I know some of you are more advanced, but I'll try to make sure something is involved here for everybody. And I will do my best. I won't promise it will be perfect, but I'm going to do my best. Okay, I'll be back in just a couple minutes and we'll do our first lesson. I'm excited. class. All right, everyone, take your seats. It is time. I will be your teacher today, and you can call me Miss Joe. Now, I hope everyone has their papers and homework ready. I will be going through it with you to make sure no one is confused or left behind. What we are going over today is an entry-level music lesson. I think that there will be something to take away here for a variety of levels. So if you identify as being a bit more advanced, I will do my best to make sure that you can also find something you can take away with our lesson here today. I lost my pointer again. I can't teach. Oh, here it is. I can teach now. Cool. Okay, make sure I'm in a position that works. Oh, you know, it would be good teaching music. Let's do Animal Crossing. I feel like that will be the vibe. Animal. This is not part of the lesson, by the way. Okay. Animal Crossing music. Let's see how this feels. Oh, that's so nice. Okay. So, where I would like to begin today is to start with what many people are introduced to when they are first introduced to a music lesson. And oftentimes you see something like this. I will be at some points turning on an emote only section for the chat so that everyone gets a chance really to answer. For now, I'm going to leave it open. Does anyone know what this is called? Question number 1. Mamselle, thank you so much. Oh no, you are totally fine, my sweet. Just take your seat. Yes, very good. The circle of fifths. But I don't want to deal with that today. What I want to deal with is oh shoot, I erased it. We'll just leave that there. That's what I want to start with today. Now, has anyone seen something that looks like this before? We have on the bottom, we have a staff, we have some notes, and W's and H's. Does anyone in chat know what the W or the H might stand for? Please let me know. Oh, whole and half. Keldon. Very good. I'm so proud of you. Uwu is also an acceptable answer. Yes, Athena. A lot of you know what's going on, so this is great. Again, this is an entry level, so I hope you guys will be patient as we work our way up. I think you can still find something to take away from our lesson. Now, a lot of people are shown this their first lesson. I also think that that is just more than we need. So, I used the wrong side of the eraser. This is what I'm going to do today. I'm going to do it in a variety of ways to help you identify keys based on ear. And even if you don't know how to do scales, or if you do know how to do scales, but sometimes you might forget how many sharps or flats are in it, don't worry about any of this, because by the end of the lesson you will. Thank you for Leah Streams for the raid. Thank you very much. Usually I'd be playing music for you right now, but we're having a special day where I'm giving a music lesson. So you can call me Miss Joe today. And we are doing an entry level. Please find an available seat if you would like to stay. And if you would like to follow along at home, we do have a homework sheet that you can follow along with. There's a PDF you can print out. So let's give everyone a moment to settle down. Okay. So, before we get to using this board, we're going to start off with this question as I turn to write on the board anyway. This is something you might have heard in reference to learning music. You have to practice scales. You use scales to know what notes to play in a song. So, what is a scale? Here we go. Let's Google it, shall we? I already did it, so don't do it. Here are a variety of things that come up when you Google something as simple as what is a scale. Scale. Any graduated sequence of notes, tones, or intervals dividing what is called an octave. Now, I believe that is a terrible definition for a beginner. What the heck does that mean? Even I had to think about it for a second. So boo, we're not using that one. I guess I'll go down to the next option. In music theory, a scale is any set of musical notes ordered by fundamental frequency or pitch. A scale ordered by increasing pitch is an ascending scale, and a scale ordered by decreasing pitch is a descending scale. Once again, I appreciate the level of detail, but I don't think that's very inviting. This does not make me want to play music, and I'm still a little confused. So I'm gonna go to the next one. What are the 5 scales? Oh, there's 5 of them, Google. Tonic, supertonic, mediant, subdominant, dominant, submediant, leading to... Oh my god, I just want to learn how to play a freaking scale. What is... Okay, main types of scales. This will help. Major, minor, okay. Modes, pentatonic, whole tone, chromatic. Oh, I don't want to play music anymore. My attention is elsewhere, and I don't want to do it. But wait, my dear student, please take a seat. All of these definitions are useful down the road. Right now, let's not talk about that. I want to introduce you to music in the most accessible way. As a teacher, my goal, first and foremost, is to make you play notes, and this is the important part, be able to play with people as soon as possible. So we're going to talk about ways we can do that. So our first vocab, if you're taking notes, this will be a wonderful time to get your pencils ready, okay? Peachy, thank you so much. I love you. Oh, I'm a teacher and I shouldn't say that or else I'll probably go to jail. You are exemplary as a student. Festa Major, thank you for the resub, by the way. Thank you guys. Okay, pencils ready. Here's our first vocab. I will test you on these next week. Whoa, it sticks to the board. What? Ah! Oh my god, that's amazing. I never knew that. It's magnetic. That's cool. Okay. Pencils. I gave you plenty of time to prepare before we started today. So I can't hold everyone back for you if you still need to sharpen your pencil, okay? Can you imagine me as a teacher and a kid farts and I just like lose it? Okay, our first vocab word. For that scale, all I want you to know it as, and this is not final, I know a lot of you are very advanced as well, so please don't come for me. What I want you to know a scale as for today is it's 7 notes, okay? A scale. The most commonly used scale is how many notes? I forgot, therefore I can't write it. Help me. How many notes are in a scale? The most accessible scales. 7. Excellent. Can someone please sit next to Xaven and make sure that he gets a little bit of extra help, please? I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay, very good, everyone. Don't come for me, lovers of the whole tone scale or pentatonic. We'll talk about those later. I know it's not always going to be 7, but for right now it's 7. Cool? That's our first vocab. All that stuff I told you before is correct, but we're gonna, again, focus on this. Okay. Now, if I'm going back to Google, because that's how most people get their information, correct? If I go on Google and I go, well, how do I figure out which scale I'm going to use? Because there's lots of different scales. And they say to identify a specific scale, you need to know its unique sequence of intervals. Scales based on the diatonic scale will always consist of 5 tones and 2 semitones. Okay, once again, this is all good information, but like it's not a very welcoming invite. It's not a very, very sexy first date of a lesson. So we're gonna do this in a different way. This music's good for that. Most people might have been introduced to a scale by a lovely little song involving children dancing in a field. Does anyone know what that might be? Hands to yourself, students. Hands to yourself. Mary Lou, I don't want to have to separate you two. Baby Shark is a good guess, but it looks like some of you already got it. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Re. Re. Count with me. Oh, this is good for the pointer. Where's my pointer? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, I know do is at the top of the scale, correct? But since we already have do at the bottom, that would be 8 notes. So it's 7 notes, which is our definition of a scale, correct? It looks like you might be smelling what I'm stepping in, Joe. Try not to jump too much ahead, though. Now, this is a way to basically assign sounds and syllables to different notes to help you remember different patterns, okay? When we are reading music, we identify each note with a letter. So, as we know our alphabet, we're going to count up from A for 7 numbers. Teacher, is tomato or vegetable a fruit? I would say that I know it's technically a fruit, but I think it's a vegetable, if I'm being honest. Cool. So now we have letters for the notes. This is a very easy way, I think, to start a lesson for music. However, people don't usually do that. They usually start with the key of C. People call C the people's key. I think this is just like the easiest, and a lot of basic guitar chords. If you start in C and capo it, you can play most songs. So for Miles, what you are talking about is fixed do. Now, this is a issue where we're coming in to do 2 different methods of learning music. Fixed do as well as movable do. I learned and was taught with Berklee's system, movable do. That's a different conversation, so I don't want to get there yet. We're going to start here still. Now, I'm not going to start with A, and I don't want to over elaborate, but it involves sharps and flats, and I just don't want to deal with that right now. So we're going to do Actually, before I do this, we're going to use our piano sheet. It's time to kind of use your homework sheet now. I'm going to draw a very bad piano. Voila, piano. Now, before I talk about do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, we're going to move on to the keyboard. My lessons are going to be designed around making sure that you guys can figure things out using a piano or whatever instrument you play, but I would highly encourage at least knowing where they are on the piano. The piano lays it out in a very linear way, so it's easy to see. See. Now, I'm going to show you guys the easiest way to find C. Most of you guys might know this, but if you look at a piano, there are 2 black notes, 3 black notes, followed by 2 more black notes, followed by 3 black notes, and that keeps repeating. Whenever you are trying to figure out where you are in the piano, next to, if you find any grouping of 2 black keys here, I know it's really hard for me not to get the glare. I'm purposely kind of not writing there, but okay, whatever, that's fine. So for the black keys aren't split into, they are spaced behind them. So if you press and sound comes out, here, I can make this very interactive for you. I don't know if this is a serious question or if you're trying to pull my chain, but I will answer it. It's not splitting it in half, it's its own button. You can hear it this way. I'm blocking it. So it's its own button. It's a smart board. I've made it a smart board. So we've learned so far what a scale is, how many notes are in a scale. Please tell me, chat. And then our next thing is going to be, we need to figure out where and how to find C. 7, you guys are geniuses and you're beautiful and handsome. Very good. So now, when you need to find C, the way you're going to do it is first find 2 black keys on your keyboard. I don't care where it is. I did put a link in chat for both the virtual keyboard and you have one on your page here. Find 2 black keys. And what you're going to do is go to the left of the black keys. Which side are you going to for the 2 black keys? The left. That means this is C. Why her? What's up? Thank you. Thank you for 1,000 bits. Thank you. But there's 2 more black keys over here. Well, that means that if I go to the left, it's C again. Now, where a lot of teachers will go from this point is they'll make you write all the letters in. My system is to do things in a much smaller degree. One more acting up and it's going to be a ban for Joe. I'd like to keep you in class, but I was kind of hoping people could be a little more contained. But one more and it's a ban. So please, I don't want to do it. My mods don't want to do it. You know what you're doing. Just chill. Maybe have a glass of water. Cool. So instead of learning all of these, you're going to memorize C. Most teachers will do that. but I want you to also do this note right here. With the 3 black keys, we've learned with the 2 black keys where to find C, right? So now we need to learn what these are. I wrote that a little messy, so I'll make it a bit cleaner for you. Please, on your papers, label these on the piano. And this is actually a very important point with violin teaching. Sometimes writing out more information will hurt you. So instead of writing all the letters on here, please don't do that. Just remember C, G, and A. And I will tell you why in just a moment. I'm going to give you just a second to do that on your papers if you so choose. Cool. Now, the reason I'm having you do this is because people find it a little funny that in music, it's really obvious if you start from A. In music, we only use letter notes up to G. So the notes go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, till however high or low that you would like. Cool? So, from a teacher perspective, it would be so nice if I could get you playing your scales starting in the key of A. But that deals with these things called sharps and flats, and I don't want to deal with that, which most teachers agree with. So they have you start on C. Don't worry about what sharps or flats are yet, but we start on C because there aren't any of them, so I don't need to introduce it yet. But if we start on C, then you have to get used to going C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's not as, satisfying from the beginning sort of a vibe, but I just wanted to make sure that you were prepared to have the alphabet repeat over and over, even though we're starting from C, which is not as satisfying as A. I know. Matt, please don't have snacks in class, please. Yes. And also, we need to make sure that we're aware of allergic restrictions for the rest of the class. Keep everyone safe. So, these are the most important notes. People get tripped up on G starting over with A. That's why I'm including it here. And we're including C because it's essentially just the starting point that everyone uses. Cool? Are we ready to move on? Does everyone have written on their piano? The only thing written on your sheet so far should be the piano notes. Cool? Lovely. Yes, I will be putting this up on the YouTube channel permanently, and it will be up on Sunday, I believe. And I'll put a timestamp for that as well. Okay, now, if you look on your papers, you're going to see that there's do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do on the right side with lines underneath. I've written in those lines so you can fill in the notes yourself. Given the information I've given you, we've said that we need to have the alphabet repeat after G, right? So if you write in under D, or I gave you the answer, under re, that should be D, correct? And I want you to fill out the rest of your notes. I'm going to give you a second to fill that in yourself and then give you the correct answer. Please don't put it in chat and spoil it for everyone else yet. Oh, I should put my music back on. Cute. I want to make a test for next week where I just touch up on some of these. Pencils, keep your eyes on your own page. All right, are we ready, folks? So, if we're going up the alphabet, re is the letter D. Mi, E. F, G. What happens on law? What letter note needs to be under law? A. Excellent. Now, if you have your piano in front of you, please try and play from C up to the C. You can even hum or sing along. I highly encourage. I'll have a talk on that later. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Do, ti, la, sol, fa, mi, re, do. I hope that this is helpful. We're about to up the difficulty a bit here, so this is kind of like the basic introduction. Anyone have any questions before we move on? Now will be the time to ask. Yes, Matt. Yep, I'm planning for every single lesson to give you a new piece of paper that you can save or like put in a binder so that you can follow along. Roar, you can wait for the VOD and click the timestamp. No, you cannot use the restroom. Ever. You can go potty. Okay, we are ready now for the next stage. You're gonna see me use this tool a lot. Once again, I need to have it said. Don't worry about memorizing all the letters here. Just memorize these ones. It's gonna make it easier. You know that after A comes B, so don't worry about memorizing that yet. These are the important ones. Okay, now we're ready to move on to this thing down here. I'm gonna draw one higher. All right, we've reached the halfway point of the lesson. We've covered our basics. We learned where the notes are on the piano. Now I need to talk about this thing. This thing is really important because it's the setting of which you're going to read your music. Does anyone know what this is called? Chat, I know it's distracting, but just try to ignore the P. So I'm seeing actually a lot of correct answers here. We had an answer for this of being a treble clef. Very good. I'm not going to talk about that yet, but I'm glad that you realized that. What I was going for is a staff. This is our next vocab word. Our first vocab word was scale, which has how many notes? Zinzidian, thank you very much. You guys are angels. You are so brilliant, and I'm very proud of you. Okay. Our next vocab word, write this one down, is staff. If I asked Google what this was, they will say a set of 5 horizontal lines in 4 spaces that each represent a different musical pitch, or in the case of percussion, different percussion instruments. Appropriate music symbols depending on the intended effect. I'm going to stop there because I've already proved my point of this is too much information. It's all good information, but too much. So, my definition of staff is it's where we read music. That's it, okay? The staff is where we read music. The piano is where we play music. Read, play, read, play. These are the tools we're going to use for all of my lessons. We need a piano for the audio aspect. We use our ears to learn. Then we need a staff where we read music to use our eyes. Eyes, ears, eyes, ears. Ready? Now we're getting into the good stuff. Okay? These are, once again, the tools. I wanted to take my time explaining the tools. Some people... Roar, please give me your phone. Thank you. Now, you guys might watch a music streamer or two. I'm one. You might have seen that musicians often say, "Oh, I learn by ear. I'm more of an ear person. I don't know how to read." That means they're this kind of a person, where they learn by using their ears. And then you might see someone who usually is more of a classically trained type of person saying, "I only read music. That's where I feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable using this." I don't like that idea. I don't want people to have to choose one of these. So everything I'm doing, we're going to do both of these together. I'm going to give you a tiny bit of each for each lesson, but you'll learn how to do both at the same time and grow in conjecture with one another. Janny, thank you very much for a resub. Thank you, guys. All right, here we go, everybody. We're almost there. What I need to do before I can use my ear training and help you guys figure out where notes are. I had you figure out these notes, right? This is how we figure them out on the piano. Now, we need to figure out how to put them here. Teachers do this thing where they'll say, "Oh, the spaces spell out face." The first letter of face is F. That's an F. A, etc. Once again, I'm kind of the mindset where I'm like, why are we doing all this? We don't need to do all this. So, what I want to do instead is make it really simple. A C is easy because it's hanging out below the line. Can you see how it's not on the staff? It's easy to identify. It has a line through it. It's underneath everything. So these are the same. You'll see on your page, this line here, we're going to fill that out together now. Okay? C. G, I have an easy way for you to find that one too. If you look at this thingy, this is a treble clef. I'll explain it later. Or a G clef. There's a little swirly line, and it wraps around this line here. That's your G. So how do I find my C, Miss Jo? Well, it's obvious, is it's underneath this, the staff and it has a line through it. And then how do I find my G, Miss Jo? Oh, this swirly thing over here we're going to talk about wraps around the G. So it's easy to find those. With your piano, we learned A is next to G, right? Cool. Yes, Olin. And Angels, what's up? I'm doing my very first teacher lesson. I even got a pointer. How do I find my G? So, if you look on the second line here, do you see this very pretty swirly doodaddy? Daddy. Right here? It should look like this. The tail of this wraps around where the G is. So see how it's swirling around the second line here? That's the G. So, just like I said, how you only need to memorize these notes so far on the piano, just know where these ones are for today's lesson. Keldon, that's a good question. If it's okay, I'm going to wait for a different lesson for that. I don't want to, I've thought about this with how I want to teach these, and I'm essentially going to only keep it in these tiny brackets at first so that we can apply very specific things. But I will get there, I promise. Does anyone have any questions so far? We've talked about how on the keyboard, this is how we find out by ear where these notes are. Now we're finding out with our eyes. So I know when I see this, it's a C. And I know if I play this note next to the two blast keys, it's a C. So we're going to get into the notation part. Notation is going to be writing out your notes, okay? So this is the part where I thought it would be beneficial for those who already know a lot about music. So I'm just going to draw a new one. Yeah, exactly. For Chobate. That's what I was going for. I find that with a lot of beginner lessons, they try and make you learn all of them right away. I'd rather show you the beginning of it and the end, and then you can just fill in the middle. Cool? So, what you're going to see on your homework sheet here. I'm purposely made, sorry, I gotta kind of like get a weird angle here. Do you see these little lines above the second staff? We learned that this is called a staff. I drew those here to give you kind of a cheat on where to write your notes. So underneath each one of these, this is where you can practice drawing your very first notes. I'll explain why later. These are called quarter notes. Don't worry about why. So what I want you to do, you can pick. I think it might be easier to do a space. Pick any space on your staff here. I'm going to do the bottom one if you want to copy me. And to write a note, what you need to do is instead of a circle like that, we don't want a circle. You want to make it kind of diagonal. So the lowest point is going to be pointing down, and the highest point is going up. So what I want you to do now on your worksheet is please draw a note head underneath each one of these marks that I've written on your homework sheet. So it will look something like this. Yeah, a little more oval-like, yes. Can you see that when you draw them underneath the lines here? They're perfectly spaced apart. They're nice and even. Okay. So, next step. And again, I want everyone to do this part is I think for advanced musicians, yes, fill it in. That's a really good question for Sniper. Thank you for asking that. So, I think it's so important to be able to write. We have different senses that we use to learn. Have you ever heard someone say, "Oh, I learn better by writing," or "I learn better by listening. I learn better by doing"? That's what I'm going to teach you. I learn better by hearing. Piano. Piano plays notes. I do better by reading. We're going to learn how to read. I learn better by writing. We're writing. Cool? So obviously these notes are missing something, and what we're looking for is a line. Now, I've had it explained a couple ways. You kind of want to fill up like 3 lines, And you're going to make it come from the right side of the note like this. So my line went through 3 of these horizontal ones, and now they're all nice and even and the same. Did you guys have any questions so far on how to draw your notes? Cool. Now, you've successfully written your first notes. I think we're ready to fill in the rest of the notes for this scale. And then we're going to get to the big stuff, okay? This is the last kind of like basic thing. So, what I want you to do is, once again on the paper, you have your lines here to figure out the spacing. Next to the C, and I'm going to draw it with you if you want to wait for me. I'll just fill in those lines. Okay, so on your page, you're going to see this. Already written, correct? That C note. What I want you to do is try and go the next space up. So the line is here because it's kind of showing you an imaginary line underneath. But I can't just have a staff be infinite lines because then it would just never stop, correct? So that's why we have a line through that C note. So with this invisible line here, you're going to fill in your next note in that space above it. So please do that on your paper. Remember, for the line, you want it to kind of go through 3 of these horizontal lines. Matt. Okay. So if I go up to the next place possible, I'm going to be now landing on the line here. So I'm just going up one at a time. Is there a reason the line goes through 3 horizontal lines? Not particularly. It's just like you have to kind of say something for everything to look the same. All these things need to be the same note, so therefore they gotta look the same. And so they were just like, well, all right, let's just make them all have a line that's this long. Nothing really too fancy behind it. Just a method to try and make things look the same. Yep, that was a very good question. Thank you for asking. So on your papers, everyone's first measure should now look like this. You should have been able to draw in your notes. And now we're going to move on to the next part. Okay. Ow. So. Hi, Beer. Thank you, Teacher Joe. Please let me buy an apple. That's a really freaking nice apple. Thank you. Holy crap. Okay, this part's important, everybody, so make sure you're paying attention. we still have half of this line here to fill up, half of the staff. We went over together what the first part would be, and you should have notes written in next to C. We have 2 spots, if you see the little lines above your staff, to fill here. So instead, this is important. Instead of drawing your lines next to these notes going up, we're going to change the direction. The reason that we do this is it will make the page messy, and it makes it harder to read when things are messy. So, if you want to watch me first, when we had these lines going up, we went to the right side of our little oval and we went up how many lines? 3, excellent. Oh, I'm getting really excited. You guys are doing really good. So, we're gonna do roughly the same thing here, but now I want the line to go down. So instead of going on the right side, I'm gonna start on the left side. Now, something to notice with this is when you put the line down, you're going to see that it's on the middle line here. We got 2 lines on the bottom, 2 on top, and 1 in the middle. This middle line will just tell you whether you're going to put your line underneath or above it. So if you're underneath the middle line, these note heads or the line will go up. If you go above the middle line, it goes down. I feel like some of you might want a very specific answer for it, but the only thing I can tell you about why we do it, it looks better. I don't have any other reason really other than that. It just looks better. It's easier to look at. It makes it neater. That's the only reason. So, the right side of your staff should now look like this. So A is up and B is down. Very, very good for Joe. And thank you for doing good after I had to give you a warning there. Thank you so much. Is that line B though? You mean this middle one here? Yes, it's B. We talked about with the alphabet that in music it repeats after G. So we have G, A. That means this line is B. And after B is C. So we should now have half of our page filled up. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, correct for pale. It's not lunchtime yet, no. Is it because it's a different C? Exactly, for duck. So, if I'm playing on the piano over here, I'll touch this one up here while I do it. So, these C's, can you hear that they're different? Yep. It's just one's higher than the other. And once again, we like to write things in music so that they look in like a way where it just makes sense. So since this note is higher up, it means it's higher in pitch. This one's well, I erased it, but it was down lower. So it's down there. Exactly, for roar. For Bible Nerd, we have an extra seat in the back if you'd like to sit down. And for Pelzy, exactly, that is called an octave, which we are going to get into in my next lesson. I was going to talk more about ear training and intervals. I did a baby lesson once, like a little tiny one. Does anyone remember what the word interval means? I made it one of our vocab. Yay! You guys are so smart. Yes, it is the distance between two notes. That was a bonus question. That was extra credit. So if people don't know what that means, don't worry about it. I'll get to it when we get to it. Okay? So we have moved on to the last part of our lesson here for today. I know that today was very simple, but I wanted to make sure everyone was able to know where notes were on a piano. You are now able to write your basic music on the staff. What does staff mean? It was one of our vocab words in my simplistic definition. Put our music back on. Yeah. Oh my gosh, you guys are so great. Yeah, it's the staff is where we see and read the music. It's just where you read the music. That's it. Now, we are ready to make some sound. You are welcome to use any instrument of your choice. I recommend a piano because you can see it very clearly. We're going to talk about something called half steps and whole steps, okay? Let me explain first. When it comes to music, people say, what makes music? And people might say, oh, scales make music. They might say notes make music. They might say arpeggios make music. If you don't know what these words are, don't worry yet. In the most basic way I can put it, what makes music are these two things. Whole step and half steps. Fergalicious? Is that what that is? Thank you for the follow. Yes, it is Animal Crossing. And Olin, what is your question? What's the difference between noise and music? Oh, that's we're getting a bit more philosophical on that one. I'd be happy to have a conversation with you after class about that. I think the easiest way I can put it is there's no correct answer. It's one of those things that's probably a bit more argued between what the definition of music really is. So, what makes music? This is noteworthy if you want to write it down. Music is half steps and whole steps. That's it. Yeah, I think it's kind of like modern art, you know? Like if you see someone with like a crazy looking art exhibit or like where they just, didn't someone like nail something to the wall and they were like, this is art. I think it's kind of the same with music. Now, half steps and whole steps. What I want you to remember is a whole step is a whole step is 2 piano keys, and a half step is 1 piano key. So let me show you. A half step, I'm going to use this C here. Okay? If I want to do a whole step, that means I have to count up 2. So this is 1 note right here. 1, 2. Okay? Try that on your pianos now. Pick any C and play a C, and then go up 1 whole step, please. Okay? Now I want to play a half step. A half step is 1 piano key. So I'm going to count up 1, which would be here. Whole step, half step. Can you hear the difference between the two of them? Some might say the half step might sound a bit more menacing or sad or dramatic. That's a half step. Da-da-da. And then the whole step might sound a bit more happy. Roar, you are exactly correct. The Jaws theme is a half step. So half steps, I can't say innately are minor because major and minor both use a half step, but in different places. But you're on the right track there. So now, what I want you to do, and this is important, I'm going to yell out random notes. I'm not going to yell. I don't know why I said that. Everyone, please on your keyboard, either if you have one or if you have your virtual keyboard, please, I want you to play a G. The G should sound like this. Okay? Now, please play a half step up from G. I'm going to let you do this first. Okay. If you did it correctly, it should sound like this. Okay. Any questions so far? Now what I want you to do is find an A. What I want you to do is go up a whole step, which is 2 piano keys. I'll let you do it first. Excellent. We're going to do one more. After A, what would this note be right here? B, exactly. So please find a B on your pianos, and I want you to play a B and go up a half step. What is a half step above B? C, exactly. So now can you try and find a whole step above B? This is where I'm making it a little bit trickier. B sharp is technically correct. I can explain how later. Now, remember, if we're going up a whole step, that's 2 piano keys. So that's this black one here. Exactly. This is called a C sharp. For people who don't know that right now, don't worry about it, okay? Any questions right now? Or a D flat. I'll explain how we can decide that in a second. All right, we're getting close, people. Pencils, no. Are we okay to erase the board? How many piano keys is a half step? Yes, it is 1. How many keys is a whole step? Roar. I figured it was just silly little to say. Excellent. I think you're ready now. So I'm going to get a bit more experimental here. This is more of a watch and listen part of the lesson, okay? Here's where I'm about to turn things into how to learn how to improvise, how to learn how to play with other people, and also learn your scales. This is going to give you all of that information in a very specific way of doing it. Some of you guys I know enjoy watching improv. I've done a fair amount of improv. I've seen you in a lot of other music channels that do improv. Have you ever noticed that when you watch someone do improv, they'll take up their instrument and sometimes for a second do something like this? I'm going to play a track and show you what I would naturally do. I'll do a different one now. Pay attention to what I'm doing in the very beginning. I'm going to do one more for you. Think about what I'm doing at the very beginning. You'll see I'm listening. What am I listening for? So you might have noticed that when I started each thing, you could see that I was listening and I was trying to figure out, there's a lot of correct answers here. What the scale was, I was listening for the first note is another correct answer. I am listening for the tempo, so that's not necessarily incorrect, but the top vibe, and I'm listening for that vibe. Extra credit for Butley Poopington. But what I'm listening for is I'm trying to figure out where the beginning of the scale is. So I'm going to talk about how we're going to find that today. And then I'm going to play some notes and your guys are going to be the ones telling me what key we're playing in. Okay? That's the goal for today. I also feel like I should acknowledge the lesson's going on longer than I thought. I hope you guys don't mind. We are getting close to the end here. Now, what we are going to do is figure out together how to figure out what's where the do is. Remember we talked about do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do? Or some people might just say it's the first note in the scale. Either of those. There's a vocab word. This is our last vocab of the day of it. It's going to be the tonic. Tonic means just all of those things. The do, the first note at the scale. It's just where we start. That's what tonic means. That's it. Which keys can we choose from? So that's where I'm about to going here. We have all these keys, right? There's so many keys. How do I know which ones I'm allowed to play? So I'm going to tell you the order of half steps and whole steps you need to play. Where put my eraser? Here we go. Okay. I forgot it's magnetic. Oh. Damn it. Yeah. Okay. 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 We're serious. Okay. When I talk about whole steps, I'm going to put a W because the first letter of whole is W. When I say half step, I'm going to do this. H. Use the first letter of half is H. The order that we're going to put these notes, and it's going to change depending on what we want to do, okay? But for today, that's all I care about. Mirabelle, thank you for the follow. So, I'm gonna use this one. Oh my god, I just got a huge raid. Oh my god, I'm doing a music lesson. Ah! I'll do a little bit of improv, and then actually I'll finish this thought. I'm teaching everyone today the basics of music. Thank you so much for the raid for Juliet. I really appreciate it. And if any of you guys aren't following Juliet, she's a amazing singer-songwriter, really powerful, awesome voice, great originals. So, what I'm trying to do is implement some ear training here. So, if you want to do improv, what we need to do is find our tonic. Can you guys give me an example of tonic? What note do we call that, baby? Marmalade, thank you for gifting 3 months. Gin and tonic is a beverage. I was going for more of a, root or dough. Root beer, nice beverage as well. But dough is our tonic. You're gonna go up a whole step. And then a whole step, and then a half step. How many piano keys is a whole step, chat? We learned this today. Two. That is correct. How many piano keys is a half step? One. That is correct. I'm gonna go back to this last song here. Using the track you hear right now. Oh no, not this one. Definitely not this one. Using this song we're listening to right now, I'm going to tell you where our tonic is. You all have keyboards. I put a link to one in chat. Please find a D on the piano. We've memorized what C is, so you can find D. And when you are ready, what I want you to do is from the D, go up a whole step, which is 2 piano keys. 1, 2. Then you're going to go up another whole step. 1, 2. And then a half step. 1. And it should sound like this. Try it a couple times. Are people able to make these sounds come out? You are welcome to use your instrument of choice. Piano's easiest to see. But let's say I wanted to do it here. A whole step we learned is 2 piano keys. On a banjo, it's 2 of these. It's gonna be the same on a guitar. 1, 2. And then I go up a half step again. And then a half step. If you mix up these notes in any way of your choosing, it's gonna sound good over this track because it's in the key of D. I'm gonna put that track on for a little longer. You see if your piano's open in front of you. Try playing those notes I just told you along to this in any choosing of your one. And now you're doing some improv. For those who want to practice your writing, on your paper now in front of you, we're about in the last 10 minutes of the lesson here for anyone who wants that. So, for your lines here, please draw the middle line just like the ones above it here. I'm teaching you how to write your sheet music now. Okay. So you keep playing do, re, mi while you're improvising. Yeah, exactly. You're just playing do, re, mi, fa. That's it. And the way we figured that out is we did a combination of whole steps and half steps. How many whole steps did we go up to figure out how to do our improv? I gave you a special order of the notes. It's also on your papers. Exactly. Good. You went up 2 whole steps. And then you went up how many half steps? Hey, Jack. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You guys are doing so good. So, for those who want to practice their writing, remember, you have little tabs on your sheet music. I have PDFs in the Discord for anyone who wants to follow along. We have little lines here that give you kind of a guide as to where to write your notes. So for this song, we found out together it's in the key of D. I'm going to put it back on. I hope you're not sick of it. It's pretty. I know that C is the one with a line through it. So if I go up the alphabet, the next spot is D, right? So we're going from D up to the other notes we did. I went up a whole step, which is 2 piano keys, boop, right here. C, D. What note would this be? E, exactly. So on the scale, I want you to try and write D, E, and then it's the same logic. We learned on the piano D, E, and then we went up another 2 steps here. F, G. Those are the 4 notes that you just played. Does anyone have any questions? That was probably the hardest part of the lesson we've gone to. And we're about at the end here, so I'm going to do a couple more opportunities for you to figure out do through fa using ear training. So on your paper, you should have written here this. And we found out together that these are the notes. I thought that D was below the line, and I thought that D was below the line. Yep, for duck, you're absolutely correct. So the first note is D right here, and just like you said, it's right below the line. Right? And then I went up a step. Okay, cool. Does anyone else have any questions before we try our next example of figuring out by ear what the scale is? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so I'm going to move on. We're going to find out another key. We're going to find out the key to this song, okay? we're going to get there for pencils. No matter what, to answer your question, it is technically an F sharp. I don't want to get too ahead, but for here, it would be an F sharp. It would be written the same, except we'll just sneak one of these over here, but I'll talk about that later. Right now, what I'm trying to do first and foremost is just getting you playing the notes and knowing where they go on the staff, where we write our music. Cool? Getting a little head roar, but I'm glad that you could hear it. This song, it's gonna start on our C. So please, on your pianos. No, you're fine. From a C, we're gonna go up one whole step. Another whole step. And then I have to go down here because I ran out of space. And then a half step. Cool? So now I encourage you to play these notes in any order you want, and it will sound nice because you're playing in the key. Cool? So now let's go back and learn how to write these here. And then that's it for today's lesson. Okay, so on your papers, you're gonna see it has these lines on that one on the top. So underneath it, try and practice writing what these notes would be. We know it's C, so then we go up one more. Like that. You're very close for Fergalicious. It's actually C natural. So, if you have followed along everything in this lesson so far, you should have been able to get a lot done in your first lesson for music. You've learned how to write music out. You've learned how to find where these notes are on the piano so that you can play what's written here. Yes, so I'll talk more about C sharp, flat, natural for next lesson. For today, I'm just keeping it really simple. And if you remember that if you go up 2 whole steps and a half step, you're going to be able to play it. This song's also in C. So those notes I gave you should work as well. I think it is. I kind of need to wait for it to pick up. Does anyone have any questions? Oh, no, wait. If people want extra credit, oh, this is kind of hard. This is extra credit though. If you start on this note, and if you go up a whole step from here, 1, 2, and a whole step again, 1, 2, and a half step, it should sound like this. And if you play those notes, you can do improv. It can also be known as C minor. I'm playing it in E flat major to apply the same whole step half steps. I don't know when the next lesson will be. Today was a really big experiment for me, if I'm being honest. I didn't know if people would like this. I'm very open to feedback, and if you guys want me to do more teaching lessons, I'm more than happy to do that. Did people fill out their sheets? That's my first question. Yes. Again, I want to use your feedback. But how many people actually filled out their notes? Could we get like a poll to see if people filled out the thing? Yeah, I was thinking I'd probably put it on YouTube. Oh, you wrote it on your tablet? Very cool. Don't own a printer? Totally fine. For Zinzidian, I'm gonna apply this like to all of the stuff. Like, I think the hardest part is knowing where do is. For today, I just told you where do was, right? My next lesson, what I'm planning on doing is to help you figure out where do is. And I have a couple strategies for doing that. But this is the strategies I use for writing out all of my sheet music. All of my sheet music here I've done by doing exactly what I've shown you today. Just by finding out where the tonic is and then knowing the half steps and whole steps. And then I learned how to write it, and now I have all this sheet music. I wanted to play these songs and I didn't have sheet music for them, and that made me sad because I couldn't play it. So then I just figured out how to write my own sheet music. And that's what I want to help you do. The poll's up. This is just feedback for me to help me figure out if I should, keep doing the worksheets or not. And if maybe I should plan lessons without needing a sheet. So your feedback really does help me quite a bit. The poll's up if you want to participate in that. Thank you for all these follows, by the way. And that concludes lesson number 1. I think every Friday, if I'm going to be honest, is a bit too much. I think if I did this consistently, it would be once a month. All right, I'm not doing the bun anymore. It hurts my head. Oh, freedom! Oh. Yay. That feels so much better. Oh, you guys are great. Yeah, now it's lunchtime. Oh, we actually had a lot of people follow along. Oh, that makes me very happy. I stayed up till 1 a.m. doing this, and I typed up my lesson plan here. Now, I am open to critique. Yes, there's different ways to teach music, and what I did was a little different than any of the ways I've been taught or taught how to teach. But it makes sense to me. But I understand that some of you guys in chat know more about some music theory than I do. But again, I just wanted to provide for you guys a little bit of everything all of the time. A little bit of everything. The piano shows you how to hear your sound. The staff shows you how to write it. And then, what was the other thing I did? Oh, read. Yeah, I just want to teach you guys how to hear the music, read it, and write it. And I promise you, if you do all 3 of these, you're going to really have a strong understanding of what's happening. I found that with a lot of music lessons, they teach you one of these things one at a time. So the way I went about it, admittedly, was a bit slow maybe for some, but I just wanted to make sure I taught you each one of these skills with each other. And that's it. I can take any last second questions if people have them, but now we're going to move on and just have a normal rest of the stream. But like for Zinzidian, by the way, you were saying how you're learning on the piano. If you do that whole step, half step, you can figure out the scale. Only if it's major for right now. If it's a different scale, I do have to give you a different order of whole steps and half steps, okay? But for this example, I can hear that do is D, or sorry, A. So now I'm just gonna go up 2 whole steps and 1 half step. You can hear how all those work. Here's a higher A. I'm gonna go up 2 whole steps, which again is 2 frets, just like the piano has 2 keys. Can you see how I do the half step up here? I do 2 wholes, and then a half. You can already start improvising. You can apply this half step, whole step thing with all of your instruments, and it will be solid for you. Can you apply it to alternate tunings? Yeah, I'd say so. As long as you know where your tonic is, then you can apply it. So this one, for example, I can hear that C is the do, so I'm going to go up 2 whole steps and a half step. Can you hear how all that works with the song? Oh, that was my fault. Here's another C. You can see I'm going up 2 whole steps, and then the half where they're right next to each other. Can do be any letter? Yep. As long as it's the letters used in music, which is A through G, and then what happens after G. If I'm being specific about that for KevTech, C is the tonic here. The dominant, this is a different lesson, but the dominant would be a G, because the dominant is the 5th note in the scale, but we'll talk about that later. That's another lesson. Okay. I'm just waiting for any last second questions. In that case for duck, C was the do. And since I went a whole step up from C, and then another whole step and a half step, that's why all these notes work over it, because C is the D for this song. For Chobate, that is going to be the topic of my next lesson. Today, I told you what the do was. Our next lesson, I'm going to tell you how to find, you are going to show me what the do is. Thank you for a brand new sub for Le Plout. Did I say that right? Let's see. What do I mean by do? So do could mean it's used for describing the first note in a scale. So if I'm playing a C scale, C is do. If I'm playing a D scale, D is do. They're just sounds that people have made to help you identify music. You might have heard them from, the musical Sound of Music. Do a deer, a female deer. Is that TN for Tennessee? Tennessee Crumpet, thank you so much for 500 bits. I really appreciate it. Again, this will be as a VOD on the YouTube channel for the VODs. I can't put my VODs on Twitch because of DMCA reasons, but I put all of my VODs on a YouTube channel called Joe Plays Violin. Violing Lorfindel, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? I just finished my very first teacher lesson on here, but welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. Let me play a little violin for you. I was actually going to take a break after this, but let me play a little bit of music just to introduce myself. Oh, it's over. Guess we'll wait for the next one. Based on the lesson I taught you guys, I can tell you that this song is in the key of D. So the do is D. If you want to try and play along on the keyboards that I sent you, that virtual one, you're going to start on a D, go up 2 whole steps and 1 half step, and it will sound like this. Mix the notes up and improvise. For Jackson, I think what you're trying to say, instead of C is the D, you want to say that do is the D, because in the D scale, it goes D, E, F, G, A, B, C. So C is actually the 7th note of the scale. Whatever the scale is called, that would be the do. So the two whole steps and 1 half step, that only applies to major scales. For the vast majority, music really focuses between two types of scales. We'll get into modes, I promise. But you only really need to know the combos of half step and whole step for major scales and minor scales. So I taught you half of them, essentially. If you want to try and play the notes in this song's scale, it starts on an E flat. So to show you on my piano back here, I know I didn't talk about sharps or flats. Try playing from this note right here, which is the second black key. Again, for Jackson, you got the right idea, but don't say that C would be the F. You want to say Do would be the F, or tonic. So I'm gonna take a quick break. That was a lot harder than I thought. It was fun though. Like it wasn't, maybe hard's not the right word. It's just kind of draining, but in a good way. So if you want to try doing improv over this track on your virtual piano, if you start here, just remember you go up 2 whole steps and 1 half step, and you should be able to do a bit of improv while I'm on my break. Give it a go. And I'll be back in just a minute. I'm just gonna use the restroom and say hi to Baloo. I love you. Yay! Oh, I'm so happy I did that. I feel so much better. I was so nervous. I don't know why I was so nervous about it. But that was really fun. So yeah, I think what my goal is that I want to try... Oh, yes, Roar. Here you go. My goal is I do want to try and like record a Joe lesson and put it on the YouTube channel. I'm going to make a goal to try and get that done by next month. And if you guys want, I can do the second lesson. I can try and do them once every month. Once at the beginning of every month might be easiest. Again, I'm only doing these based off reaction. So if people, I'm not going to really mention it, I don't think. And if people ask me next month, can we do Teacher Joe? I'll do Teacher Joe. But if I don't hear anything, then I just won't do it until someone wants me to do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, first Friday of every month. Yeah, I think it'll be easy. Oh, well, you guys got to see me in action. That's what I did before Twitch. That was my main job. Let's see. Now that I've already done that, I think I'm just gonna do Joe picks for the rest of the stream, if that's okay. Ear training lessons, I'm struggling with that. Just haven't been happy with what I've been able to find online so far. No, ear training's tricky. And I use, like when I was at Berkeley, I got tutored in music theory, but I was the one tutoring ear training. So I feel like I'm pretty confident I could help you with ear training. And that's a lot of what my lesson is. But anyway. Joe picks, what do I wanna do? I think let's start off with like downstream. It's just comfortable. I don't know how much longer I'll go. That, again, really tired me out. I think because I was nervous. When I'm nervous for something, I get way more tired doing it because I have that like pent up energy. Downstream. Braid. Dusty, what's up? Thank you so much. I actually just finished the lesson, but I think it went really well. I basically tried to teach everybody how to find where do is. Do, like your tonic of the scale, and then how to go up in the right number of whole steps and half steps to get started on improv so that people would be able to do that. And then I taught them how to write it out so that you'd be able to hear the notes and see and write the notes. Because if you can do all three of those things, you have a really strong understanding. And it took a lot longer than I thought it would. I didn't time it well. I didn't time it while I was writing on the board too, so that was probably part of it. But I think it went really, really well. I'm so proud of everybody. I think everyone did really well. I even had little homework sheets for everyone to fill in. I'll put a copy of mine in the Teacher Joe tab of the Discord so you can see what it should look like completed. Oh, you guys honestly were angels in the classroom. I was expecting it to be way worse. I thought there was going to be way more misbehaved students. I think especially with me being cheeky and how I was dressed today, I was ready for some people to take advantage of that and like really be gross. But I was happy to see that everyone just played along and like kept the chat wholesome the whole time. I was just trying to have a little bit of fun with it. But I'm happy to see that people didn't take advantage of that. You know what I mean? That is true for MTK. That is true. But I gave him extra credit for that. Is there any song I can play for you, Dusty? I have everything closed for today. Is honestly the lesson really took it out of me, but since you subbed, I can do it for you. I just hope it's not too tough. Neon Blue, what's wrong? It's okay. That class was excellent, reminded me of my old music theory classes, but a way better approach. Thank you. That means a lot. I put a lot of thought into this. I would do Black Hole Sun, but I don't have the accompaniment recorded right now. I probably shouldn't even offer. I'm really sorry. I think my brain is just so fried. I don't even know if I can loop after that. So I'm a jerk, but I will do it at some point. I promise. Let's see. Okay, cool. I'll have Black Hole Sun ready by next week. We don't need to disable it. I'll have it ready by next week. Okay. Let's do a particular song came to mind that I wanted to do. I think it's from Fire Emblem. And I put Fire Emblem by Xenoblade Chronicles. So it should be over here. Where you'll be, I need you. Yeah, I found it. Yay! I want to do Spring Radiance. I've been working really hard on my fourth finger vibrato, making it a bit neater. So this is a good piece for me to test that out. Spring Radiance. Oh.
Boop, beep, boop.
Hey Dean, how are you? Let's try that again. Not too shabby though. You guys are so nice. Thank you. If I'm being honest, I tend to avoid this song as I had trouble playing it in a way where I thought it was clean. I'm getting better with it though. I'm gonna hold myself accountable by doing an acoustic performance and see if I can apply those little corrections. Like that should be smoother. Hey, Bull. My fourth finger vibrato is really coming in. I've been trying to get my fourth finger vibrato for like 10 years. Yes, pencils, it is an A. Were you using the lesson today to help you find that? Oh, you can tell me no. But yeah, that piece was an A. Let's see. What else do I want to do? I'm really enjoying these like pretty smooth pieces. Oh, I want to do this piece. I would like to do And They Lived Happily Ever After from Rule of Rose. It's really pretty. Noodling along. Yes, that's what my goal is with my lessons. I just want to give you guys enough tools to figure out how to listen to a song by ear and then from that be able to play along with it. This next one is not a good example for that, as it has a fair amount of accidentals. I'm all done with Teacher Joe for Bull. At the earlier part of our stream today, I did a whole lesson plan complete with homework that you guys got to fill in and follow along with me. But the bun on top of my head was hurting me, so I took it off. Now that teacher lesson's over, it's the weekend, baby, so I let the hair down and took off the glasses. And They Lived Happily Ever After, which is such a pretty piece. Oh, I remember now. This is a piece I don't play that much, so I forgot where I put it. It's from this like horror video game that didn't get a whole lot of traction, but now has become, I think, kind of like not even I think, it's become a cult favorite. I stumbled into knowing this game when I was in high school. I bought a game called Haunting Grounds only because the girl on the cover looked like one of my friends and I thought it was funny. And me and my friends played through it together and we loved it. And a lot of people compare it to this other game called Clock Tower. And all these games you play as a girl that like just runs around a spooky, scary, haunted, awful place and you just try to survive essentially. And I've come into recent knowledge that these games are now worth quite a bit of money. And I have all of them. I was like, what? These games were like worthless when I bought them, but I guess people are just fascinated by it now. So this is one of them called Rule of Rose. I have to do a fast fade out because then it goes into the horror soundtrack. Which might be a little surprising if not prepared. Power Mitts, welcome. How are you? Blue Jay Berlin, how are you? I'm probably gonna be wrapping it up a bit soon. I just wanted to get a little bit more playing in. Oh, you know, it'd be nice. Let's do Stars on Our Backs from Monster Hunter World. Da, da, da. I wrote it, yeah, like essentially, yeah. I wrote it as A minor going to like, where did I put it? I think going to like E flat for a bit. Any chance of a game stream this weekend? Absolutely. I'm definitely going to be doing it either tonight or tomorrow or both. I didn't want to promise tonight because I'm so zonked. I think I'll just make it officially tomorrow for sure. There's a small chance I might do it tonight. A part of me wants to do the DIY stream, but if I'm being selfish, a part of me wants to do my room decorations on my own. But I don't know if people would be really sad if I didn't stream it. I kind of just like want some like, I guess me time in the office to like make it feel like home. Yeah, it's tough to say when it comes to like when things technically change key or if they're just like modulating with some accidentals. Like if it's not over more 4 measures or something. Monster Hunter World. I gotta go through that whole soundtrack and get some more songs from it. I got some songs from Monster Hunter Generations, but I should find some more. Oh, I want to play this piece. It is so pretty. For Codeman, are you suggesting a song called Proof of a Hero? Thank you, Dusty. But as you know, I gotta watch myself with my ethic sometimes. Like this week, I'm so, if I can just like have a moment, I hope I don't sound like full of myself or something, but I'm just really proud of myself this week. I put out the YouTube video, which I needed to get done, and I also did my first lesson plan for you guys, and those were two big promises I've had to you, and I'm sorry I made you wait so long for them. I just wasn't ready. But I'm just so happy. I'm really proud of myself, but I'm also so tired. Like I can see that my eyes are like a little bloodshot, but my eyes are always, I feel, a little bloodshot cuz I work too much. I see the cycle. Oopsie. You mean the coffee? I've been a good kid. Thank you, Noki. Like with your guys' help and support, my YouTube video already has over 2,000 views, which is like insane. I'm gonna start officially recording some audio this weekend for the next YouTube video. Thanks, Dusty. I made a couple really dumb mistakes with my camera settings, but I've answered. I asked some questions and they're answered, and I think I'm ready to go for the next one. So this month, can you put your lesson streams up on YouTube? Actually, Kane, I was just about to say that. My goal this month is I'm going to record a really nice polished version of lesson 1 and put it on the YouTube channel as well. I don't know if people would prefer me just do the clip of the lesson. You know, it's actually maybe a good idea. How about on Joe Plays Violin, that YouTube channel? Why don't I make a separate video on the YouTube channel of only the lesson? Like, I'll put the whole VOD up there, but I will put another video of just lesson 1. For Norn, I hope that my music can make you feel encouraged. Music is what keeps me going. There's been a lot of crazy stuff happening in the world, but I find myself always being like, thank goodness for music. It just keeps me, I feel like, on the right path, and it keeps me hopeful. The next piece I'm going to play for you guys is Song of the Ancients Popola, which is from Nier, and I hope you like it. And again, just thank you, everybody. This has been a really important week for me with my growth and holding myself accountable for things that I've promised you, and I'm really excited to see what I can do. Here's an absolutely gorgeous song from Nier, and I hope you like it. Ooh. From the top, though. This song makes me extremely reflective and sentimental on my Twitch journey, because when I first got to a point with Twitch where I realized I wanted and needed to make a consistent schedule with it, I realized I needed to set this room up for it, because I was doing my streams out in the hallway essentially, and my roommate had to deal with me playing there all the time, because I didn't think that I'd be streaming as much. I didn't think that people would want to see me play. And I was setting up this room. I was installing these shelves in the corner where the vines are, and I was hanging them out, and I was listening to Square Enix like a playlist, and this came on, and I thought it was so beautiful, and I just put it on repeat, because when I like something, I listen to it on repeat, because I'm crazy. I just want to pick it apart and understand why I like it. So I remember hanging these shelves up and preparing this room to be streamed in, and listening to the song over and over, and feeling afraid, because I realized how much I started to love streaming. Kind of like a relationship, like it was scary. I realized that I needed it now to a degree, but also feeling like very inspired and excited and passionate, but scared, because I was still at the very beginning, and I was like, oh, what if my channel never grows? And what if I make a fool out of myself and I just don't sound good? So playing this song now, it always makes me so proud of myself and happy about the growth, personally as well as the channel. Like even from just a musical standpoint, this piece was hard for me to play. It was hard for me to play it in tune, and I've gotten it so much cleaner, and my vibrato's better, and it's just nice. Speaking of Ryan pencils, I actually just got a text from Ryan. Ryan was my roommate, and he was thusly called Roommate Ryan. You guys got to know Roommate Ryan a little bit in the early stages of my stream. But he's moving out of Nashville. He's engaged to an absolutely lovely person, and they're moving up to New York together. So it makes me kind of sad to say goodbye, but it looks like they are having a goodbye get together. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just gonna read it. Sunday in Germantown. I will be there. With bells on. But I'm happy for him. One more fiddle piece on YouTube. I know, I don't think we have time. But I've actually been talking to a particular musician about working on some YouTube stuff together in a similar realm, so there might be a big return of that as well. Degalato. I also want to do a video with you, Dusty, if you're still here. I'll message you the thing. I'll let you know. Oh, speaking of secrets, I'll just leave it at that. Speaking of secrets, you might know what I'm talking about soon. I've had some things I've been working on. Let's do Everlasting Transient. You might find out if you catch my game stream on Saturday, but then again, you might not. Everlasting Transient. I hope you guys like this piece. It's very pretty. How like grippingly gorgeous is that piece of music? I love that song. It's so pretty. Okay. Doing that song made me think of Shulk and Fiora. So I would like to do Shulk and Fiora and then Cozy Leisure Time, if that sounds good for everybody. I feel a little guilty, like, or selfish maybe, for like continuing streaming, because I feel like my energy has gone so far down. But I'm really enjoying just playing violin right now. So I hope you guys don't mind. Just doing some chill Joe picks is making me quite happy. Yeah. I love this next piece of music. Thank you, by the way, for MMED for the follow. I really appreciate it. Schmoozer. I'm also in this weird state of mind where I'm like, I want to order pizza. I want to order something, but I don't know if I want pizza. And I feel like sushi, whenever I order it, never makes me happy because it's like warm when it gets here. I don't know. I want to treat myself and order something on Friday, though. I got the high notes. That sound like a Epona song. Yes, pencils. You are killing it. That particular skill of finding the key is so crucial, I think, to gaining a sense of control and comfort with playing music. Welcome, Reaper, by the way. I'm just having a chill play through some songs that make me feel calm. I'm not looping for the end of the day. I did a really big lesson today. I promised you guys that I would do a teacher session with you, and we had a really good first lesson today. It took a lot out of me, so now I just want to play tracks that I feel good. You're on lesson 2 already. Yeah, exactly. So to get a basis idea of like how I'm going to be doing the next lesson, essentially what I'm going to do for the next lesson is take songs that are in this repertoire that you're used to hearing already and playing bits of it and having, again, you guys tell me what key it's in. Basically what I'm going to do is usually the key is, it's usually like the first note of a phrase or the note that it ends on. Not always, obviously, but let's see if I can use this as an example. So it keeps going to a B. That's not the tonic in this case, so. I'm getting ahead of myself. I shouldn't try and do teacher anything anymore today. So the note was B, but the key is actually not in the key of B. The reason why it's starting on B, though, is because I'll just tell you, sorry to spoil it if you want to figure it out on your own pencils. It's in the key of G, but since it's starting on tonic, which is G, a G chord has G, B, and D in it. And when you're writing a melody, if you want it to sound good with a G chord, which is G, B, D, the melody should use one of these notes a lot. And sometimes songs will start on that G. So maybe something like this. You can hear I'm hitting the G note a lot. This melody is starting on the third of the chord, so it's still in the chord. So even though it's not the tonic that the melody is centered around, it's still one of the notes in the chord that is used for that measure. So I'm going to take a variety of melodies and help us kind of walk through together how to figure it out. With this one, I'm just going to play the song, though. I know for Al, I'm like, I'm not going to teach anymore. And then I'm teaching. Okay. Cozy leisure time. really made the dumbest face there, but pencils, that's exactly what I mean. We're going to talk about how to follow a melodic line and see, based on the movement of it, where the tonic is. And one of them is, even if it doesn't start on the tonic, it might end on the tonic. So that was one of my points. Another thing to look out for is, this is, I guess, a bit more of an not advanced, but for those who understand music. 5 to 1. Poopy light flavored lollipop, how are you? When it comes to notes that are most commonly used together, people really like doing what's called a dominant to a tonic. So tonic is do, right? So if I'm in the key of G, like here, the dominant's 5, G, A, B, C, D, a D note. So you'll see sometimes in music, when they're writing a melody, that they'll do that interval of tonic to, or dominant to tonic. And that is also an indicator of what key you're in. So I can see that there is that use here. That's a dominant to tonic, which is a G chord. So that was me kind of glancing over a bit more of an advanced version of it, but Sergio, welcome. You guys came just in time for, I think I'm probably going to make this my last one. I had such a good time today, and I flippin' love you guys. But I was worrying myself wild over whether this lesson today was going to go over well. I was really nervous. But I'm really happy I did it, and I feel like people learned something. I hope so. What I would like to end today with is the final duet. There's going to be a video game stream tomorrow, and there might be a secret happening, so I'll tell you about that. There's a small chance I might do a game stream tonight too. When I press stop streaming, I'm gonna wash up my makeup and put on my pajamas. How specific. I know, I love this piece of music for Butley. It's so pretty. The final duet. So I should pick who we're gonna be rating in here. Who is on? Let's see. Got lots of choices as always. I'm just taking a look at who we might want to rate. Oh, all right, let me finish my scanning as I always do this. I would like to raid. Yes. We're going to raid Emma McGann. She's raided me a couple times recently, and I haven't been able to get her back yet. So this will be a good opportunity. She's lovely and super, super. My fridge. Oh, I get it. I was like, wait, people really want to do this. For Black Shadow, I think the lesson went really well. I'm going to put the clipped version of it on my VOD channel on YouTube for Joe Plays Violin. And that should be up on probably Saturday or Sunday. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Ooh, a New York trip. I am planning on probably going to Boston around then. But that's good to keep in mind. All right, here we go. Pencils, did you see that fourth finger vibrato? Oh, it's happening! Thank you guys so much. I feel, again, just so fulfilled and happy right now. And the only reason I've been brave enough to try a lot of this stuff is because of you guys. So thank you so, so much. Hello for Salzburg, to Salzburg. There we go. Here we go. Thank you guys so much. I'm just so happy. I'm going to be for sure doing a video game stream tomorrow. Might do tonight. We're going to see. I'm just going to, gauge it out, see how I'm feeling. There might be a super secret I'm going to tell you tomorrow on the game stream if you want to come there. Okay. All right, y'all. I love you. Have a nice evening. And make sure to say something nice to yourself, okay? Bye-bye.